Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about gamer crimes. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Except that's going to come back and haunt me someday. Cut that. Don't put that in. We've all gotten a little too invested in a video game here and there, but perhaps you've blurted out a word you shouldn't say.
What an asshole.
What'd you say? What was it? What was that thing you said back in the day? You said it real loud in an Xbox 360 gaming message? What was that? What was that word? Maybe even you threw a controller, which I want to say, Andrew, if your toxic trait is that you smash a gaming controller when in a fit of rage, that person's gonna kill somebody. Some people can calm down pretty quickly and move on after some gamer rage, right? While others take that anger and use it to do unspeakable things. Or sometimes you do say the speakable thing. What was that word you said? What was that? What? How do you say? Huh. It turns out that there are many ridiculous and even gruesome crimes that take place in the world of video games. You might be surprised at just how much things can escalate in the heat of the moment. And trust me, we've talked about our fair share of some gamer crimes, like when we did the League video, and I guess that was pretty much it. We talked about it a little bit.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. I'm gonna give you a couple names. Spokio, Truthfinder, been verified? You ever heard of these before? Probably not, but they've heard of you. These are all data brokers, and their entire business is collecting your personal info and selling it to anyone who's willing to pay, often for as little as a few dollars. This stuff is being packaged, indexed, and sold legally all over the internet without your consent. That's why I started using Aura. I kept getting calls and texts from spammers and scammers, and these people make billions of dollars a year off of it. It's not gonna stop. Our privacy is their profit, and we're forced to find new ways to keep our information hidden or contact shady data brokers on your behalf. And within weeks, your info will start disappearing from the internet, so scammers and spammers have way less to work off of. Aura also keeps checking to make sure your personal information doesn't reappear on those data broker sites. Aura also monitors the dark web, sends real-time fraud alerts if someone tries to access your credit or bank accounts, and gives you built-in tools like a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, and more, all in one app. And if something does go wrong, you got 24/7 US-based support and up to $5 million in identity theft insurance. You get Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/papameat. There's more than enough time to start getting your information removed from these sketchy sites. That's aura.com/papameat. Thank you so much to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Let's start with a crime that you all knew was coming: property damage. While some may crack open a controller or two in their lifetime, things can take a turn when it results in damaging other people's property. Like the New Orleans arcade rampage. Going old school, dude. Well, these old heads still get angry, huh? Yeah. You think the arcade games, you think they ever said the gamer word there too?
Oh.
You think so, like on Galaga? It's bad when you grit your teeth. That kind of thing. I can't see someone yelling the gamer word over Galaga, dude. Maybe Gauntlet Legends. Maybe. You know who you are.
I think arcade games aren't, well, maybe if it's a versus game.
You say aren't competitive enough, sir? I've seen some people get fucking down on Pac-Man and shit, dude. For a high score, to have your name up there with the number and everything. In 2021, a new customer at Sea Cave Arcade and Bar that referred to himself as the Wolf had given himself a reputation. Also, that guy definitely says the game word. If you refer to yourself as the Wolf, I think you let a couple vowels slip. I'm just gonna say it. Does that make sense? I don't think so. It doesn't matter. Referred to himself as the Wolf. It had given himself a reputation of being rude to other patrons and making them uncomfortable in general because he once again referred to himself as the Wolf. This time, during the weekly tournament held every Sunday, he had brought along a price tag gun. He had been messing around with it all day, putting stickers all over expensive vintage arcade cabinets. The owner, Judah Lee, was sick of the disrespect, so he returned his entry fee and asked him to leave. In response, Wolf looked at him and asked if he was interested in dying. Judah kicked him out, which led to the Wolf busting out a butterfly knife and waving it around and appeared threatening. You think the Wolf was at least talented with it? Are you interested in dying, sir? I can't get on the Atom Family pinball machine? I'm going to say it. He brought up that he owned an assault rifle before leaving the parking lot. I've had a couple. You ever had somebody that says that they own a gun? Oh man, when I worked at that game store that I worked at, all the time. You realize that I have a gun at home? People would say that. Like, you're selling me Shallow Hal on DVD, dude. What am I saying? Okay, actually, I'll give you $1,000 for it. What am I supposed to say? 30 minutes later, however, the Wolf returned with a bicycle lock and locked the front door from the outside. People began to panic as the man started smashing the store windows and sending glass all over the floor. The police were called, but the man had already fled the scene. Judah was forced to close down the shop, but things took a turn for the worst around 1 a.m. that night. He was alerted by a security system that someone had broken into the building, and through his security cameras, he watched as the Wolf, armed with an axe, smashed in every single arcade and television screen inside, totaling up to around $50,000 in damages. I'd want to kill him. The Wolf had the confidence to return to the store yet again, but this time when employees and arcade regulars were volunteering to help clean the mess up, he pulled out a gun, ran behind a group of people and yelled, "Tell them to shut it down! I'm Cartel!" It's a little Mexican Wolf. He was finally caught and arrested. So he turned out to be a 30-year-old man named Mitchell McNelly IV. He was booked with false imprisonment, aggravated assault, criminal mischief, and criminal damage to property. With the help of a GoFundMe page, the arcade was able to raise over $37,000 to repair the arcade and continue paying employees, which is a nice, wholesome ending to that. Not fix everything, but I would assume, hopefully, fix like the ones that he loved the most. That's the thing with arcade cabinets and pinball machines, such a lost art form. The cool kind of like cabinets that were made, the lighting systems that goes on with it, the hand-painted stuff that people do. And sick. As people became more and more connected online, we've seen higher rates of romantic relationships birthed through video games. Not all of them end well, like the MapleStory divorce that led to virtual murder. I don't know what. MapleStory is a massively popular free-to-play action MMORPG from South Korea.
Did you ever play MapleStory?
I don't know what MapleStory is. I thought it was a hockey game at first. In the game, players can get married and even obtain rewards based on how long the two of them had stayed together. Damn, dude. Fucked up, right? All right, there you go. 10 years together. The game also allows couples to get a divorce, something a 43-year-old woman from Tokyo was suddenly hit with out of nowhere from her 33-year-old virtual husband. She had woken one day to find out that she was no longer able to access the couple chat and was ghosted everywhere else. I think it was that. I gotta. What?
Fucked up though.
Yeah, at 44 years old, you better believe that MapleStory thing. That was a long relationship. This enraged the woman, and she decided to enact her revenge by tampering with his account. At one point in their relationship, she had gotten his login credentials, and she used this to log in and quickly delete the character he had been playing for years. When the man realized she had tampered with his account, he called the police. They took this very seriously and arresting her on charges of illegally accessing a computer and manipulating electronic data. She was even detained and held 620 miles away from her home. That's so specific. What the f?
They flew her.
They put her in the like Hannibal Lecter mask and like flew her ass into a different country. When investigated by police, she admitted to her crimes, stating,
I was suddenly divorced without a word of warning. That made me so angry.
Is that what a Japanese woman sounds like? That does. She risked up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to $5,000. The final result of this case is unknown, but we know for a fact she had to pay. Yeah, they paid, she paid, and they still locked her ass up. She's like, no!
Oh, wait, that's crazy. Wait, hold on. 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine?
I'd pay the $5,000. I would donate plasma. There's no way I would lose 5 years of my life. Not all crimes are committed by game consumers. Sometimes game developers can unknowingly help commit a crime. This was the case of the EA Brass Knuckle controversy. I wanted one of these so bad, dude. Because in 2009, EA released the Godfather 2 game. Remember that? Show some footage of it.
But I think he's planning. And I'm gonna need more muscle. Another soldier.
I agree.
What'd you say during that game when you were playing it?
What is going on?
I'm walking in.
Let's cut both of that. As part of its promotion, companies were sent press kits that included a pair of golden brass knuckles. I like how these look real too. They couldn't just be like plastic or something. It's like, no, they gotta be real. They knowingly sent out weapons to people who, in some cases, were not allowed to own them in their state. Pretty sure brass knuckles are illegal in, like, I would say the majority of states. They're considered an actual, yeah, it's like having a giant machete on you or something like that. What, I can't come into your store with this?
Also, isn't mailing weapons illegal?
I think if you, yeah, because you can mail guns, but it has to go to like an armory and you have to like sign and pick it up and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't think you can just send like a gun through UPS. Did you get it? Realizing that this was a risky move, EA started contacting people and asking them to return the brass knuckles so they could properly be disposed of. That's very Godfather-esque though too. Maybe that was always a plan. All right, call me, I'll discard it for you. And one of the most insane types of game crimes are those that escalate to IRL confrontations. In real life. In-game currency and rare items can be so sought after that it causes people to do some pretty extreme things, like robbing a teenage boy of his RuneScape gold. Hamza Bawa, a 19-year-old from Massachusetts, had arranged to purchase around 5 billion gold from a man named Jonathan Dokler in RuneScape in exchange for $3,300. Not bad. To make sure the transfer was done properly, Hamza insisted that they must meet face-to-face rather than send the money electronically. Jonathan sent his friend David to meet him and collect the money in a library at his school. David noticed that the money Hamza was pulling out looked fake, but Jonathan told him over the phone to continue with it anyways. Hamza suddenly left and insisted that they needed to meet again the next night to finish the trade. The next day, David once again called him out for pulling out fake bills, but this time, Hamza was furious. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at David. It was an airsoft gun. But David believed it was 100% real, and he told reporters, I couldn't what's a Massachusetts? I couldn't believe I was about to get shot over RuneScape gold. I was so scared that I was so scared I was about to die. That's every average Massachusetts Boston goer. Oh, you, go sucks. I told my buddy, I'm not getting shot over electronic gold. It's not the best impression, but David was told to call Jonathan and say that the money was accepted. Terrified, David was forced to comply, leading to 4.7 billion RuneScape coins being sent to Hamza for free. Surveillance footage of the interaction led to his immediate arrest, and when he was charged with second-degree robbery and grand larceny, he faced up to 15 years in jail. Somehow, this isn't the first time an IRL RuneScape robbery took place, because in 2007, 2 teens robbed a young boy of his rare RuneScape items. A 13-year-old child from the Netherlands, who had been playing the game for a long time, slowly acquired an assortment of valuable RuneScape items. While biking home, the victim was approached by the 2 teens and was forced to go to one of their homes with them. After being forced into a bedroom, he was told to give up his RuneScape money and valuable items. And at one point, he was in a chokehold while being told he would be killed for not complying. What a Chad, dude. I don't give a f***. Choke me out, stab me, motherfucker. I'm not giving you shit. He eventually gave them what they wanted, and was thrown out of the house. After reporting the crime, the 2 teens were quickly arrested and charged with theft and assault. In the end, they were sentenced to 144 years of community service. God damn! You're gonna have to do community service and fucking die? Is that how they roll in the Netherlands? You're going to have to do this until you die. The media has often blamed video games for many of the crimes committed by young people. While this is often overblown, there are few cases where video games have inspired violent crimes.
How do you feel about cutting his head off?
Games like GTA inspired one man to go on a wild joyride in Alabama. Zachary Burgess, a 20-year-old student of Auburn University, went on a chaotic crime spree. Zachary started his night by stealing someone's parked truck while they were still in it, forcing them to the passenger seat. The woman was held hostage as Zachary started driving erratically in the parking lot. During his joyride, he slammed into 9 vehicles. He eventually hopped out and fled the scene, but was eventually arrested and charged with kidnapping and 9 counts of hit and run. Allegedly, he told an officer that he was curious what it was like to play Grand Theft Auto for real. Are we stretching it a bit for the video? Yeah. Many of these game-related crimes can get intense, but usually are stopped by the authorities before it can get too out of hand. But this isn't always the case, sadly. Let's see how gruesome things can really get, starting with the mom who shot her son for gaming too loud. We're laughing because it is absurd, okay? In Arizona, a 72-year-old mother named Hazel Benson had become fed up with her 38-year-old son loudly playing video games. This is my wife to my son, dude. It got so bad that she called the police and asked them to come over to make him stop. After they started arguing about it, the son tried to go on a walk to cool off. Upon returning home, he found that Hazel was blocking him from entering the home. But according to the documents, he charged toward her with, quote, his hands and fist at his waistline. Hazel felt threatened by this, so she pulled out her gun and shot him in the stomach. When police arrived, they found her son bleeding on the ground. Hazel admitted to shooting her son and dumping her firearm in a nearby canal. She was she's like Robert De Niro in The Irishman. She was charged with aggravated assault, disorderly conduct, and discharge of a firearm within city limits. Luckily, her son's injuries were not life-threatening. Also, does feel so. You feel threatened? Word.
I
Really?
think it's an excuse to pull out the gun.
Yeah, it was an excuse because she's just like, he'll never leave, and then she wanted to boom in his stomach. Also, ditching it in the canal, that's another thing. I'll just throw it in the river. Also, bitch is probably senile. 72 years old, old bird's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for sure, you know what I mean? She just hears her son playing like Ratchet and Clank in the other room. Yeah, exactly. Off, Ratchet! And he's sitting there, and she just like looks at her room. When you're playing games online, it's normal to encounter some infuriating players. Some take their harassment so seriously, they make their life's mission to ruin their lives. In New Jersey, 20-year-old Edward Kane traveled to another player's house to enact his revenge. Edward was playing an online MMORPG called ArcheAge with another man his age. They had gotten into an online dispute that got pretty heated, and this prompted him to attempt hurting him in real life. He was somehow able to acquire his home address, which was all the way in Florida, and Edward told his mom he was seeing a friend before flying to Florida and taking an Uber to a local store to buy a fucking hammer. He then arrives at the man's home at 2 a.m., which already happened to be unlocked. He waited for the man to leave his bedroom before Edward lunged forward and smacked him on the head with the hammer. They started wrestling with each other as the victim's stepfather came to help. While Edward was restrained, the police were called, arriving at the home covered in blood, dude. The victim went to the hospital to receive staples in his head, while Edward was arrested by the police. He tried to explain himself to investigators by saying that the victim was he's a bad person online. That's the quote.
When the suspect was asked why he did what he did, the suspect stated that he is a bad person online.
Edward was charged with attempted second-degree murder and armed burglary. Unfortunately, IRL confrontations like this don't always end with a couple staples in the head. In one horrific case, a gamer swatted another player, leading to his death. Which swatting is like the cringiest thing to come out of the internet. Like probably one of the worst things. I f***ing hate swatting. How is the swatting thing like not blaming the SWAT teams, but at this point in time, how is there not some kind of like protocol for people like abusing the system? 19-year-old Casey S. Finer was playing Call of Duty with a random player. They had gotten into a heated argument after Casey was team killed. He threatened to SWAT the man, who responded by giving him his home address and said, "Oh, please try some shit." So Casey told his friend Tyler to make the call, which he did. If this wasn't insane enough, the address wasn't even the man's current residence. The man used to live there, but it was now the home of a 28-year-old man named Andrew Finch, who had nothing to do with the altercation altogether. The police thought that they were entering a hostile situation, being told that the man in the home had already put a bullet in an innocent father's head and was now holding the rest of the family hostage. That's fun. Andrew noticed that a SWAT team was surrounding his house, and upon exiting the front door, an officer fired at him for not raising his arms in the air as directed. Andrew was taken to the hospital, but ultimately passed away. Investigators tracked down the people responsible, who admitted to the false report. Tyler had also admitted that he had done this on multiple occasions, with one instance involving bomb threats made to schools, malls, TV stations, and the FCC headquarters in Washington. Barris was sentenced to 20 years in prison, while Casey received 15 months, as well as a 2-year ban from video games after his sentence. 20 years even, I just feel like that should be like a life in prison thing. Also, you're admitting that you've done this multiple times and it's resulted. If you kill someone in a way, like in that reckless of a way, to me, it only makes sense if you're in prison forever. The person that falsely called the thing in that resulted in a death, to me, hang him. You know what? Hang him upside down and just have all the blood go to his head, and that's how he dies. Long time.
Oh, you could put a little cut in his neck, like the Japanese do it. They hang you upside down, put a little cut in your neck, and they drain you of the blood. Have you seen Silence?
It always goes back to Japan with you, doesn't it? Everything we do. This boy needs some Japanese pussy bad, dude. Just like the Japanese did it. Have you heard of that? In Wisconsin, a 10-year-old child killed his mom over a VR headset. The child, Noah Mann Tate, had been dealing with mental health issues for some time, to the point where his mother started putting cameras up around the house in order to keep an eye on him. Sounds like the start of a horror movie, doesn't it? Yeah, he's been having some weird issues, so it's like her doing this found footage thing where she's like set up the camera, and he's just like standing in the corner. This was due to his various violent acts. What? Like the time he attempted to fill a balloon with flammable liquid and ended up starting a fire in their home.
Psychopath.
Okay, so instead of cameras, hang him upside down, put the little thing in. Hey, pull the weed quick is what I gotta say. It's an infestation. Pull the weed. Pull it! He had been pushing his mom to buy him an Oculus headset online. Also a 10-year-old who's like, I want an Oculus. You're like, why the f do you know what that is? Is that weird?
My nephew had an Oculus at 8.
We don't need to bring him into this. Something his mother repeatedly refused. This enraged the boy, leading him to do something drastic. I thought that said autistic. When his mother wasn't looking, Noah had taken the keys to the gun safe. He shot and killed his mother. Unsure of how to explain what happened, Noah told police that he was simply twirling the gun around and happened to shoot her. His aunt, however, was told by the boy himself that he was purposely aiming the gun at her. He seemed to show little remorse, with the boy buying a VR headset the next day using her credit card, and later he told her grandma, "I'm sorry for killing mom," before asking about the status of his Amazon delivery. That is gruesome, dude. The child was charged as an adult, facing up to 60 years in prison. When asked about the possibility of posting the $50,000 bond, he told the lawyer that he could try gathering coins from between the cushions of his couch. That's a sadistic, evil little motherfucker, isn't it? Maybe I could just dig for some coins. I'm a kid. Also, you should hand me your gun. He's currently locked up in a juvenile detention center. Upside down. Hang him upside down. The Japanese like, oh, yo. And lastly, we'll end on the internet rivalry that turned into murder. In 2008, after a long and bitter rivalry in Lineage 2, a massive popular MMO, members of two opposing Russian clans scheduled a face-to-face meeting in one of Moscow's bars. Around 30 people, a mix of both clans, come to the meeting. After a bit of friendly drinking and civil discussions, Audrey Pomovina, known in the game as DVP, invited one of his opponents to come outside. The man he invited came back into the bar with broken nose. Naturally, his fellow clan members, Alexander Bliskin, stepped in for his teammate. He came out and punched DVP in the head, to which DVP responded with a headbutt to the face. Alexander Bliskin fell to the ground and cracked his skull on the pavement. A brawl ensued, which ended with police and ambulances coming to the scene of the fight. After a 3-day coma, Alexander was pronounced dead. Andrew was sentenced to 8 years in prison in 2008. After serving a sentence, Andrew came out and immediately began his eventually successful streaming career playing Lineage 2. Just goes to show that streamers are the worst. Most of these cases have been avoided by taking a step back and realizing just how trivial the situation is. If you're about to book a flight to another state to attack someone because they were mean to you in a game, it's time to take a good hard look at what your life has become. Try to stay off video games, guys. It's for the best, I swear. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guys, and we will see you in the next one. I hated that.
This?
I hated that. I hated the... I did. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end. Oh, God.
Is there a... Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. Ever. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end. Oh, God.
Is there a... Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end. Oh, God.
Is there a... Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end.
Is there a... Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end.
Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry at video games. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game. I don't know why. I think that was... I was building myself up too much. I was like, I need to do something at the end.
Have you ever... What's the angriest you've gotten at a video game?
I never get angry. And I've never said the gamer word in a video game.
They provide a selection of weird, empty, and forgotten games, including the final moments of one which was recently shut down forever. Let's get started. We're back. I was on ActiveWorlds, receiving a guided tour of Venice by a wise sage, and he supplied me with some forbidden knowledge. Apparently a lot of the old guard of ActiveWorlds have moved on to 2 different games. Virtual Paradise, which I've previously looked at, as well as a game called Delta Worlds. I told the wise man I'd be sure to check it out at some point in the future, and we parted ways after a lengthy conversation. Delta Worlds' website made me very excited to get into this one. According to them, this game offers visually compelling 3D content. I signed up for this one as Big Creek told me in 1994 and was given a number 309. If I'm not mistaken, that means I am the 309th person to sign up for this game. This one is way underground. Of course, though, now that I was in, I had to get myself an avatar. There was no Tony preset this time. If I wanted one that looked like it was made after 1997, I was going to have to make it myself. I spent a good 20 minutes remaking Tony from scratch, but with a modern twist. This is a new Tony. He's ditched the trench coat, got a bit more yoked, and went for a fashionable and cool turtleneck tank top and a gold chain combo. Also a brand new stage. In typical ActiveWorlds fashion, the game immediately broke after this, and I could no longer move. So I had to reboot. Classic. This one was like a fever dream. It's very hard to properly describe. And that's saying something, considering the game we're playing. The whole time I was on this one, there was a crunchy MIDI of the Mario airship. It's fine for the first minute or two. Straight, you start to go a little kooky. I spawned into this one next to a fella named Star, which I thought was a real person, but was actually just an NPC. Also on the ship was a bunch of greasy, ponytailed bikers, as well as Captain Claus.
Santa! He's real!
For the next while, I was just kind of aimlessly wandering, clicking on things that sent me halfway across the map. I had no idea what I was actually doing. I might have been working back and forth between the same areas, for all I knew. Everything looked exactly the same. In one region, the fleet was coming. Be sure to watch out for them. They are extremely dangerous. Eventually, I made it to a city-type area, which finally changed the music from the Mario airship theme to another version of the Mario airship theme. This one was kind of a jock jam. They had a spaceship sitting around, so I went to take it for a little joyride. And it sent me to a futuristic area full of creeps, beeps, and bloops. I'm pretty sure it was a big Star Trek building with a little bit of Stargate mixed in there as well. There were a bunch of different rooms and pads, all labeled with things like quarters, messy mess hall. I wanted to take a minute to have a rest, so I clicked on a chair, which ended up sending me to the entire universe. I don't know where the fuck I ended up, but it was another whole... I stumbled into Tina's Land, which was in great times. They had all kinds of treats in here, as well as a link to addictinggames.com. After getting my money's worth of Tina's, I continued on. This area seemed to be more of a general free build area. It was a bunch of normal buildings, as well as a ton of big pyramids, which held all kinds of secrets inside. And by secrets, I mean pop culture stuff linked with them. For The Simpsons, codes for Road Rash 2, and a bunch of other random shit like that. After I did a bunch of pyramids, I ended up cracking the code that this map had built. It wasn't a super extensive wide map. No. Each of the zones, the ship area, the Star Trek area, and this area, were all stacked. In the end, I went as low as I could go, which very low. I had rediscovered the lost city of Atlantis. This one was a really interesting, and I think was also a really popular one. It was sort of like a big free room, with the main room being that it was for teenagers to build and play. No stinking adults allowed. Looks like it stopped being updated sometime around 2010, with builds on it going all the way back to the 90s. There were even a few websites linked on it, which were still up and somewhat active, like the Academy, which has a bunch of tips and tricks for building. There's also a bunch of others which Machine has archived. This isn't really a huge version, and obviously this is older, but the team is very reminiscent of the creative servers. It's just a big, flat, wide-open plain where a bunch of kids had free reign to make. Usually this meant things that were completely unplayable, 10% finished, abandoned, but you'll occasionally stumble across actual stuff. I found an area made by a big which tracks, since we all made. That was like peak BBC West. It had a whole bunch of stuff in it. Colonies Lookout, the Senzu Garden, his iconic office. He's real. Different spots. There was an ever-expanding city, which ended up colliding against a little house someone else had built. The owner of the Data complimented the city. He said, for space, they are free to leave. I guess that whoever was building the city will never need the space, because Data's house is still there. One of the more interesting builds of this was a big adventure with a few kids inside. You go through a pretty linear set of caves and villages, reading text builders to follow the story. It even had a bunch of MIDI set up as a soundtrack. Very high effort. There was one part early on with 3 named guys, who I can only assume are self-inserts of the kids that made this. You know for a fact. I was super proud of this. The map was also host to one of my favorite things I've ever found. But in any game I've found, this had a big area filled with notes from a bunch of kids, ranging from 1999 to 5, about how much they hate school. It is an incredible read. I don't like my school because the teacher didn't help me at all, but she helped the other kids.
The school just sitting there, and then the girl started flirting, and then the teacher gives me a fucking referral, and the girl is free.
School stinks. It is like the teacher controls your brain. You can't talk or do anything you want, or you will be yelled at. And I have to sit in my desk and do worksheets all day. At the school I just left, there was a teacher I hated worse than the devil. She was probably meaner than the devil. I hate that woman. I hate that woman. There were a good 15 or more notes here, including some from 4th graders talking about how they missed Pokemon because they got attention. It all culminated in an experienced and firm yet reasonable adult putting them all in their place. Now let me tell you, Bobby, work is what maintains and sustains life. Without it, you can't live. Grow up, go to school, and don't expect anyone to pick up on you. Especially not Patreon. Be sure to check it out. We got lots of vids on there, and more coming out every month. It's good stuff. This one said it had 2 people, so I figured I'd try and hunt them down. This was actually pretty easy, as one was just right beside the spawn, standing there, unmoved by my presence. Once I saw a club, though, my priorities immediately shifted to hitting the dance floor, and it was here, on this map, that Tony got his groove back. The actual map here was a little town filled up with fake people, with very mismatched designs. Some are from 1997, some are from 2007. Some look real funny too, like these cowboy fellas. I went into this other club, ready to hit another dance floor, and got a jump scare right ahead.
Is that Nova Scotia?
Jesus Christ. This club also had bowling, and I was just getting strike after strike after strike, non-stop. The king of the alley has returned. Didn't even get called a slow this time. I don't know, guys, I haven't really found much. I haven't really found much this time. Oh my god, dude. That's unreasonable. Oh, man. Not the crying bald eagle. Oh my god. Oh no. No, man, no. With this one, I was finally able to see a working RPG system. Active Worlds shut these down way before I could, and I don't think I was prepared either. This one had a bunch of classes to choose from, with it all being pretty basic. I wasn't really feeling like sticking around for 6 hours on this one. I had my stats though, so I was just gonna have a quick look around. I guess this one has some big fans, because there was a Hall of Champions with awards for stuff like most kills, best players, and stuff like that. There were some pretty high stat gamers in here, with thousands of kills and levels in the hundreds. Seeing as I have 0 experience in this, that could be quite a feat, or like 2 hours worth of effort. Seeing as I also have an award, let's just say that everyone in here is a very accomplished and excellent gamer. The blacksmith had a rockin' MIDI playing, and when I went to crank that shit up, the game crashed. This one had the greatest skybox in any game ever created. It is actually perfect. There wasn't much else here, aside from some strange kitties and some sick-ass Red Dead Online clips on TV. I was greeted by a variety of greasy, evil Christmas carolers on this one, and when I went to hide from them in fear, I noticed that this was a full world dedicated to Christmas. Somebody is a big fan of Christmas. I don't really know what else to say about this one. It was a holly jolly winter wonderland. There were sleigh bells jingling, and ring-ting-ting too. It was lovely weather for Tony to show off his moves. Nosferatu, another full-scale RPG. This one was huge too, and also still fully working. The spawn area had a list of commands, and I was sure to use the one which applied for citizenship. I was definitely feeling like I was going to be a regular on this one for sure. The map is sort of gothic and vampiric, but also just has random tourists walking around. As a cinema. I needed cash fast and made 20 bucks by giving this Santa lookalike a giant cartoon hero. I had a quick peek at the theater and instantly spent the $20 when I walked through the door. My finances were in pretty dire straits at this point, so I had to take on a swamp quest to earn some quick cash. It was during the swamp quest that I learned you can actually just die in the swamp forever. I stepped on a bear trap outside the swamp house, and my leg was taken clean off. Luckily, back at the spawn, there was a scroll you could click, which puts $1,000 in your bank account, so my money issues were solved. The more I looked at Nosferatu, the more confused I became at what the setting was actually supposed to be here. There was a little medieval suburb where you could rent a house, as well as an event center, which was like a corporate event room with folding tables and chairs. They even had boxes of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper in this mystical fantasy land. Don't forget about the infamous Nosferatu military base, complete with tanks, Humvees, and an army of soldiers. I'd been here for around 10 minutes, when the owner of the house didn't talk, but rather confirmed my citizenship application, setting me up with stats and an inventory. I guess this one is active. An active world, you could say. Now that I was officially a part of the Nosferatu lore, I was off to do more quests. I embarked on the sword quest and had to sneak on a bunch of evil skulls. It was piss easy, and I bagged myself $5,000, a badass blade, as well as a great job message from the owner. With cash in hand and a sword in the other, I felt ready to avenge myself, and yet again embarked on the swamp quest. I cheated the absolute shit out of it with the camera, and was rolling in the dough. I then got lost in a maze and perished due to malnutrition. This was the end of my Nosferatu quest. I don't want to look up because I know what it is. One of like 14 posts total on this game's forum was a discussion about a weekly event they hold every Sunday. I don't think it's like other virtual world events with live performances, but rather a little get-together with this game's active player base. I'll be honest, I wrote a note down to check one of these out, but entirely forgot about it, so joining into this was a complete coincidence. The map itself is a direct port of one I looked at last time I was in Active Worlds, but with some updates to it, mainly in the form of wishing players in 2025 a Happy New Year. It didn't take long for me to find where the party was at. I joined the festivities and danced with them for a good bit. They weren't really talking much, so I asked where the party was going. They said it started early, and then excitedly He didn't say anything while I was there, but I'm pretty sure this is the guy that set up these parties. He's also responsible for about 90% of the posts on these forums. Someone whispered to me, "Hey, can you add me as a friend?" And then shortly after that, whispered to me again, "Can you add me as a friend?" Which scared me off, and I left the premises. Holy guacamole. We are about to witness the crossover of the century. Ladies and gentlemen, a world's chat map. I can't believe my eyes. You know what this means, right? The official Big Cool Tony 1991 and Googie crossover event. I saved this until near the very end because I knew this was going to be a big one. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event that you, the cool person watching this, are about to witness. Hold on to your socks. This spot just clean off. Anyways, this map was just the lobby, and that's it. No Googie Room. This is as close as the two will ever come to interacting.
Accessing data.
The final map we're going to have a look at here is Alpha Worlds. This one is a big archive of some of the oldest buildings to exist in Active Worlds. We're talking about 30-year-old internet relics here. The area surrounding the spawn of this one is really cool, as most of the buildings have little text boxes talking about their history, like why they were built, how many people hung out there, that kind of thing. It was all set up by the Active Worlds Historical Society. This shit is like a virtual museum of their own game. One of the closest buildings you'll find is Beefer's Bar, which was a hangout spot for regulars at the time. It's your average 1996 virtual world sports bar inside, but they even left with a final message from the owner, talking about how they wouldn't be back because they were charged for owning it. A bit further ahead was a much bigger spot called the Builders Club. The club has probably been disbanded for a good 20 years now, but I still tried to click on their sign-up link. Obviously, it led to nothing, but since I'm such a devious, mischievous genius, I plopped it into the Wayback Machine, and holy shit, the sign-up page from 1997 had been archived. How long have you been in Active Worlds? Years. How would you rate yourself when it comes to building? I'd say, I'm probably the best. That sucks. There's a lot of other weird and interesting looking things on this, but since it's a port from Active Worlds and also like 30 years old, a lot of it, sadly, just doesn't function on Delta Worlds. I also don't know if it's a complete port. I think only a chunk of it was carried over, as the map just sort of hits an abrupt end if you're going in any direction for more than that. It's still really cool though, and kind of makes me wish virtual worlds became a bigger thing back then. There's not many games nowadays that'll have player-made buildings standing in 30 years, with their own historical societies to keep track of what they were used for and when. I doubt most games now will even have servers running in 30 years. I'm very glad games like Active Worlds are being preserved with things like Delta Worlds, as it's not just saving old virtual hangouts and funny signs made by teenagers about how they hate school. There's also a very real, very human side of these games, which would be a terrible loss if the servers were shut off. In multiple spots during my time here, I found dedicated memorials to a great number of former players. There was a whole area in Alpha World dedicated to these, and it was quite a reminder that this wasn't just some weird old game from the 90s. I mean, to me, it was, but to others, this was a game of creation, memories, and friendships. The downside of this being online is that eventually these memorials will simply be gone one day, with no traces left behind. This is already happening, as one of these former players left a last letter to Active World citizens, which simply didn't work anymore. Luckily, the Wayback Machine did have an archive of it, which can still be read. Hello there. How do you do? I hope you're better than me. I've been treated at a hospital for a while now, but this time they can't stop me. I'm sorry, but I can't stand it anymore. I would like to thank you for this time and all the letters you have sent to me. Please, don't be angry. I've been struggling for a long time, and it has been too tough now. Please send my regards to the net, and let my name Andyman never be forgotten. And give my regards to A-World and WorldsNet. Please. Take care, and have a nice life. Disconnect for the last time. Handyman. As I always say when I find these kinds of things, this whole thing is a very beautiful gesture from the community to forever immortalize these players in-game. Their loss is tragic, but their names will live on. I'd also just like to make it clear that I don't actively hunt these down or anything like that. In the past, I've kind of tiptoed around talking about this kind of stuff when I find it, but these people deserve to be remembered and talked about. With that, though, I think that's actually it for Active Worlds and Active Worlds adjacent games at this point. We have done them all, unless I've missed one with 6 registered players. Over the time I've covered these, I've gained a genuine appreciation for them and what they hold within them. They are truly some of the best internet time capsules around, and I hope they don't go anywhere anytime soon. There's really nothing else like them. See you later, Big Cool Tony. Sorry you never got to meet Googie. time this comes out, this one will be old. So I'm talking about it because it's just one example of a wider issue of the games industry. Multiverses was a sort of Smash Bros. Competitor featuring a bunch of Warner Brothers characters, such as Bugs Bunny, Batman, and LeBron James. They released an open beta for it back in 2022, which was decently big, due to them doing some pretty hefty marketing for it, like sponsoring a bunch of streamers to play it, and the reception was generally pretty positive. The game then disappeared entirely for like 2 years. All hype was gone, just completely wiped away, and it launched properly in 2024. I did not hear a single positive thing about it after the beta. It was basically just controversies about monetization, complaints that the gameplay was better in the beta, and really, you could just tell that this game's future was on real thin ice, especially considering that it was Warner Bros. Behind the game. Cut to around 1 year later, May 30th, 2025, and the servers were officially set to be shut off. Now, I wasn't really ever a fan of multiverses. I think I played the beta for about 20 minutes, got some sick wins as LeBron, and never thought about it again. I honestly had pretty much forgotten about it, but I ended up seeing a post on the day it was set to be shut down, so I figured I would hop on and play some matches during the game's final hours. One silver lining to this game shutting down is that this isn't a case where it becomes completely unplayable. You can still play this offline. That is, if you've previously made a Multiverses account and launched the game at some point during Season 5. Anyone that hears about this in the future, or anyone that hasn't played since earlier seasons, you're shit out of luck, bud. When I hopped on, I had to go through a small tutorial level before I can access the game. The whole time you're going through it, Batman is talking to you about how the multiverse is in trouble. If only he knew. You're here because multiverses is in grave danger. This is one of the last performances by Kevin Conroy, and now it's gone for good. Unless you watch voice clips on like YouTube or something. It's not the biggest game, it's just a comedy fighting game with not a lot of dialogue, but I mean, it still sucks. Anyways, I didn't want to waste any time. There was only about an hour left of the game as a whole, so I got right into the first match. It was actually one of the most intense and exhilarating experiences I've had in my whole life. You have to see this to believe it. Even in the final moments of this game, people are throwing matches to grind XP. That, or they were scared of Super Saiyan Shaggy. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if this game was greenlit in 2018 after the Ultra Instinct Shaggy was for like 2 weeks. I had until noon Eastern. Played a few more matches, looked at some skins, which were actually pretty well made. As the countdown to closure came closer. So good.
Shaggy the Go! Shaggy the Go! Shaggy the Go! I think that was it. What? We're still going! Shaggy's so good. I guess that the devs gave a few extra minutes for everyone to finish up their last match. I got into a true final match at around 12:05, and I might have gotten the last ever Multiverses elimination. Dude, I'm so good. I think that was it. That looks like it's the end. That's why I'm the GOAT. The second I killed that Joker, the servers shut off forever. It's over.
Like, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? Now, as I've said, I didn't really play this game at all, aside from the beta, but it still sucks shit that this has essentially been wiped from existence. It's done. Over. I will never again be able to play multiverses with Crackpot Chris, Psycho Weed Man, or the funniest man 36 ever again. After the game was officially shut down, the Multiverse's Twitter account changed their profile picture to a grave with the logo of the game and #deadgame spray painted on it. I guess they got cold feet because they then changed it to remove the paint for some reason. They also changed their banner to a very nice looking shot of the whole roster looking towards the sunset, which is a very nice way of showing that the game has officially been sunsetted. Science Space. Everyone and their mother knows Science Space, right? When I found this one through my underground connections, I was pretty much 100% certain that this was either a virus or a fake game. Turns out it was real, has connections to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate as well as the United States Department of Defense, and claims to be the second life of virtual reality. Let's see how that worked out. The website here prominently displays the usual types of maps you'd find in something like this. Games, music, social, education, and business. Look at this, can you believe this? Creator features, this game has graphics. There wasn't much else to the site, so there was nothing to do now but get into things proper. To start things off, I had to make a very difficult choice in the account creation process. Was I here for business or pleasure? For once, I decided to play it cool and went with this rad-looking dude. I'd like to introduce you all to Jacob Chill. I started off in a welcome area, which said it had another person in it. I hunted this dude down, but could not find him anywhere. I don't think he was actually here. After learning the controls for a minute, I checked out the popular and busy server tabs. I think I was genuinely the only person in this entire game currently online. I was in no rush to get into Science Space's iconic selection of servers though, so I spent a bit of time customizing Jacob. I tried to model him after myself this time around, so this is basically a face reveal. Oh no, dude. Okay. Look how chill this guy is. Put this on a coin. Look at all that. Oh, he's got just stacks of cash. God damn, he's ready to ball out. Oh my god, he's terrifying. Oh my goodness. Oh man, this is scary. Jacob ended up being pretty much one-to-one with myself, which I have to compliment this game on. It has some actually pretty insane character customization. Every individual bone in each of your fingers can be squashed and stretched to your liking. Next up though, I had to do some shopping. I looked through their Fortnite item shop, and there were a surprising amount of guns you could buy. Pistols, revolvers, the AK from Rust, and a bunch of others. Jacob don't play guns though. He ain't down with killing. He's down with chilling. A bit ahead was an event planner, and while there wasn't anything going on today, I figured I'd try to attend at least one of these before I never touch this game ever again in my entire life. For now though, it was time to go exploring. I don't know how I haven't come across more worlds like this one in these games. It was a few city blocks full of in-game stores, which were all just advertisements and links to real brands. It's mainly weird, likely defunct fashion brands, but the main aspect of this one was a music group and their business. Obviously, they linked to their Spotify, but in one spot, there was also a pretty vague poster saying to join the collective, which said they needed creatives, coders, dreamers, and gamers. The link was expired, so the collective of dreamers and gamers has either been filled up or they all drank the Kool-Aid. I put the link into the Wayback Machine, and it was just the band's fashion brand. I don't really know why I expected it to be something more devious than that, but like, come on, it would have been badass if it was. Within pretty much any game that has social features, you're bound to find at least a handful of dance club maps. Science Space is no exception. Each of the ones here had a different theme. We got a classic rock club, an 80s club, and a goth club. All of these were completely empty, but definitely had their own communities at some point in the past. based off the screenshots taken on each one. Now, for all I know, these might still fill up every now and then when there's an event going on or something. The 80s Club was a weird one because it had like a voiced quest line within it about how to talk to people. I got paid cold hard cash for interacting with a bunch of NPCs. I checked the owner's page, and the last picture they took here was over a year ago. I'd assume that's how long this one's been sitting here, collecting dust. He has no idea. He doesn't have a clue. His head is empty. We have got gameplay. One of the game's main advertised roles on the site is called Zone 54B. It's supposed to be a fast-paced, round-based PvP and PvE shooter. You're stranded on a remote planet after just barely surviving a spaceship crash. We were finally about to do something fun, and I was pretty hyped to blast some alien bastards. I flew around the map for a good 5 minutes and 32 seconds, could not find the start button anywhere, and quit. No gameplay. It's over. Game sucks. While I was here, I was trying to visit each of their featured levels on the website. This one was called Blue Lagoon X, and despite being featured, it no longer exists. What about the Blue Lagoon X? It's especially weird because this map was even used in a promo they did for the game. Speaking of which, look how strange this promo they did for the game is.
The water plants wrapped around my feet, and I lost my strength.
Elephant in the Room Studio was some kind of trivia game show that they did host at one time. It was empty now, but looking at the screenshots, they did hold at least one night of extravagant fun and games. I assume it was shut down and cancelled after the sinister-looking elephant trampled a man to death live on stage. We have got gameplay. For real this time. This one was a first-person shooter set in Lopalia downtown, which is a code name for Stock Unity Asset City. It was pretty sick. Every time you pick up a gun, it says ammunition. And when you go first person, your gun shoots non-stop until you run out of bullets. Didn't matter what gun, didn't matter when I picked it up, I could not stop myself from unloading everything I had as soon as I had it. I didn't think there'd be anyone to fight, but it does have some bots you can blast. I had a pretty great time facing off against the half-on-the-floor, animationless anthropomorphic sword-wielding sharkmen that all died in one hit. One thing I noticed before getting into this one was that most of the featured levels in this game are from 2017 to 2020. There's a couple newer ones, but the vast majority are from that time frame. There must have been some kind of science-based mass exodus or something in like 2021. This map, Graves' Disease, said it was a PvP mode, but it was the exact same mode as the last one, except with zombies and evil scary clowns instead of sharkmen. These guys had animations, at least. Same issue with it non-stop firing the guns though. Again, no idea why that's happening or how to fix it. There was a dang witch on a rooftop that was supposed to be playing her witchy animations or something, but I was allowed to pick and play her animations myself. I very carefully selected one, and this evil green witch started an animation of her chatting with her co-workers by the office water cooler. This is a great game. Welcome to Alaska. I was tricked by these Dame Alaskan bastards, as I thought this was a real player that spawned in, but it was just a dang old fake person. This was also likely the biggest map I found. It was kinda massive. So big that the main form of transport on it is by plane. The first spot I checked out in the Alaskan wilderness was the dance club. I did some yoga and then had a little rest. After that I broke into a few homes, played the piano, and then splurged on a $37 billion prototype fighter jet to reach the peak of the mountain. I bailed on it once I got to the top and did my iconic celebration dance. We've got us a racing. I'm a racer. I'm a driver. I'm a winner. things are gonna change. I can feel it. This one doesn't actually give you a car, so I had to hop into the shop to buy one with 1,000 Reddit gold. I got myself a nice Lamborghini, one of the finest cars ever manufactured. I drove up to the starting line, revved my engine, and began my lap. It did not start any timers or give me any indication that I actually started anything. There hasn't been a single minigame in this that's worked properly so far. My 1,000 gold doubloon car also had no audio at all. I was just driving in absolute silence. Since I couldn't hear the upcoming turn, I got into a fatal car wreck, totaled the Lamborghini, and my racing career was officially over. There was a surprisingly small amount of shopping maps in this game, despite it having a ton of items to buy. That's seriously like half this game's content. This one here was called a mall, but the inside was pretty tiny, and even then they somehow didn't use up much of the space inside. All but one of the rooms were completely empty, and the one with stuff to buy had maybe 15 items. I did see out front that the creator of this mall apparently won an award back in 2022 for Best Gesture. There doesn't seem to be much of a record online about these awards, aside from an upload of their 2023 award show. It's cool that they do this even with such a small number of players, but it's also pretty funny when they announce a winner, and then the camera cuts to the stands where there's like 10 people in attendance. I took a campus tour of the Virtual University of Edinburgh. I think this is a real promotional campaign they did, and wasn't just some random person that decided to make this. It's one of very few featured levels on the website's homepage that actually works. Despite it being official, this both looked like shit and ran like shit. It actually started off pretty promising, but the further along I went, the more unfinished and gluey it became. One part of it had a building called Fish for Knowledge, with a whole bunch of scientific, ecological stuff inside. Aside from that, there wasn't much else that was fully up and running. I did find a few signs for things from way before Sciencebase even existed, like this one here for the Federal Virtual World Challenge from 2010. There was also an OS Grid portal in this. Large Larry is just beyond that wormhole. This map kind of had me confused after all this, and I looked into it a bit more. I guess this place has a nearly 20-year-long history across Second Life, OS Grid, and Sciencebase. It also goes way deeper than I thought it would. Like, this could be a video all on its own. There is so much history to it. I guess that one of the main purposes of this was to serve as a place to hold the virtual graduation ceremonies for those that couldn't attend the real ones. I thought that this would just be something they did on the side, but then I found this image. I don't know why, but the Second Life gameplay being beamed into this graduation is really funny to me.
And if you can believe it, it's a Friday once again.
We've got another virtual campus, with this one being a Sciencebase original. A big part of a lot of these virtual world games I haven't really gone into, because it's kind of difficult, is their educational side. It's not that that's difficult to discuss, or anything like that, it's just that it's boring as shit. I think that this one here was meant to both teach players how to play Sciencebase, and then also function as a virtual classroom. I would be extremely surprised if this was used educationally more than a single time. The first quest on the map is to listen to this lady talk about the controls for what feels like hours. It was unbearable. Have a listen to the entire thing.
Hi there. This quest has a few tips to help you with the basics of walking and other things. Speaking of walking,
your big reward for that torture session is 100 silver dollars. I am at least mildly interested in these abandoned virtual classrooms though, because obviously, they never really took off, even when most of the world fully transitioned to online schooling for a few years. This one had some breakout rooms, and then a big area with a few different screens. One had an interactive browser, another was for direct screen sharing, another for YouTube videos, and the last one for webcam display. Has there ever been a successful one of these metaverse education games? After hours of looking around this wasteland of a game, the Welcome Center said it had 2 people in it, so I headed on over. I saw that at one point, a bit earlier, someone named Snowman was greeting people. This game has Walmart graders in it. The guy had some pretty badass activities listed though. He enjoys racing, fishing, camping, and playing games. Put some respect on Mr. Snow's good name. Anyways, the 2 people here were both AFK, and one left within like a minute. Awesome. I snagged some sick-ass screenshots of myself while I was here, and was given the option to upload them to LinkedIn, which of course I did. This also uploaded them to the website's page for the Welcome Center, where I was now prominently displayed. The very first thing that anyone who logs into Sciencebase will see is Jacob Chill. One of their big events was supposed to be going on later, about 30 minutes from now. The Welcome Center said it had 5 people, so I stopped by to do a little meet and greet beforehand. It was dead empty. What the hell?
This is not RuneScape, but holy, can't swear in the first 30 seconds, it's the next best thing. You see, back in 2001, 2 little beautiful brothers in their parents' kitchen band together to create one of the greatest MMOs of all time, RuneScape. Now fast forward 18 years, this game had spawned into a multi-million-dollar enterprise and 2 different versions, one plagued with microtransactions and one that I fell in love with and dedicated 6 years of my life to. But one version of the game was left behind, and that was RuneScape Classic, an outdated mess of a game. Horrible to play, truly horrible. But in 2019, they decided to finally pull the plug and remove every single RuneScape Classic server. And this saddened someone who's very important for this story here today, and that person is June, a solo developer who, inspired by RuneScape Classic and the shutting down of the servers, decided to do his entirely own game. Built from scratch, heavily inspired by RuneScape, he created, purely off of passion alone, Highspell. Now Highspell, it's basically like if RuneScape was from a different reality, you know? It's alternate reality RuneScape, and it is phenomenal. It has consumed me for the past 2 months. I have been fully sucked off, and I am so addicted. It's a completely free, no monetization, browser-based MMO, and I highly recommend, if you're watching this video, load it up on your second monitor or half and half into the screen and play along with me, because holy fuck, it's so much fun. Now my goal for this video is to beat the hardest, biggest, baddest boss, and to discover everything this game has to offer. But every good story starts with its first steps. Let's see what we're working with. Now there is only a single world at the time I'm playing this, so competition is rife. But the game begins, like many other do before it, with a little simple character creation screen. Oh my god, it really is just RuneScape Classic. There's people chatting in the bottom. How do I make me a lady? Oh, I can give myself boobies, I think. Is it the old system? Oh, I think we go full on monk, right? Handlebar monk. With tits. I think this is Hanani. If I had to say who's Hanani in a nutshell, this is Hanani. I look amazing. I'm ready for this. So it's half 3D, half 2D. Is this my home? Where am I? I really just came in with nothing, didn't I? Now the game gives you absolutely zero direction when you spawn in, and that's what I love. Fuck tutorials, man. I guess we kill a chicken. I hope there's a way to change my appearance at some point, because I didn't put that much thought into it. And I might regret it now. Nah, it's fine. Now, like RuneScape, you kill things, you get drops, and I got myself a nice little hat. I keep my handlebar mustache, though, and the tits. That's important. Oh, I can't bury bones? Now, unlike RuneScape, there is no prayer skill in this game, so no overheads or anything like that. But of the 16 skills that there are in this game, a lot do carry over, so we'll explain those as we go. There is a few that are entirely unique to Highspell. We got 4 whole quests. Who the fuck is this? Hello, DBZ. Hello. I want to make a single friend. I should equip my weapon. Yo! Yay, you made a friend! Now, of the skills that do carry over, attack, strength, defense, magic, ranged are all pretty much identical, but the tiers of this game are slightly different, and because there's no runes, magic as well is slightly different. And there is no agility, but there is run energy, and it doesn't run out. You just have to toggle it, which is a weird choice. I can sprint now. There is literally no reason for it to be off, but it starts off every time you log in, and that is mildly annoying. What's in the book cell? Am I gonna find nothing? Wow, it's very RuneScape. Hey yo, I'm new to this place. Greetings. Can't spacebar through dialogue. Are some cows here to kill? Oh, I can talk to these cows. Hello? Looks like they don't want to talk right now. Fucking rude, man. I'm just trying to make some friends. DBZ was down at chat. Now, one of the skills that does carry over nearly identically is the best skill in RuneScape, wood cutting. Mission 1, team. Find an axe. We need to engage in the best skill in the game. I'm about to become the greatest fucking high spell player in the world. I keep forgetting the name. I keep wanting just to call it New RuneScape Classic 2. Something that I grew to love but didn't like at the start is there was no world map, so we were completely on our own trying to figure out where to go. And I didn't even know if there was a bank at this point in playing. Oh, this is the bank. That's clearly a bank. It's fucking gold. Oh, yay! It's like RuneScape. We have 25 bucks. This is so cool already. Let's rob this guy. Yoink. Oh, I found the axe. I guess this is where we go wood cutting. Oh, you start chopping away. How AFK is this? Oh, it looks pretty AFK. Oh no, if this is fully AFK, I think I've just lost my entire life. Oh my god, it's becoming nighttime. Now, a really cool feature that this game does have over RuneScape is a day and night cycle. As you play, the game progresses through time. Is there a day-night cycle? That's wild. I know that shouldn't be that surprising for a video game. Chop dead wood, wizard, money tree. I know what I want. I want a fucking money tree. Cherry blossom? Oh, this is so cool. It's like RuneScape in a different skin, you know? My plan was for this not to be a I played 100 hours video. I wanted this just to be like a quick video, but at the rate that I'm cutting this tree, I think it might end up being I played 100 hours of my spell. Oh, we got a log! And I'm still shopping. This is pretty AFK. I see my future right now. Oh, level 2. It's so weird seeing the character move at like 1 frame a second. And then you have the windmill in the background moving completely smoothly. Anyway, I'm gonna do what I did when I first played actual RuneScape. And I'm just gonna sell a bunch of logs, make a bit of money, and then we'll go explore. Oh, you can chop down the trees. But walking to bank my logs, I stumbled across a true gamer. Meet the first character in our story, Toxic. Oh, look at this legend. Huh? Hello. Would you like some wood? Can I trade it? I'm gonna give him some of my wood. Oh, thank you for guys, I just got a turtle. I will cherish it. I too will cherish turtle. Oh, they left. Guys, I just made my first trade. I got a turtle. I'm fucking rolling it. I know, we're all thinking, is Hannah, you should explore. There's a whole wide world out there of stuff to do. And we'll get there. I'm just gonna cut trees. And I'm gonna be happy about it. Let me just... Man, why are you in such a rush? What the fuck? Oh, 1. I just got a lucky one. More what the fuck? Zortrox is here. Sorry. And with that, let me introduce you to the second character of this story, Zortrox, the guy who is 6 guys, who's just in every one of my videos for some reason, but Zortrox also plays this game, apparently. Am I gonna know everyone, all 89 people playing this fucking game? Why is Zortrox here? Now, if you are playing this game alongside me, press /G to talk in global chat and say hello to me. Hello. Zortrox, can I have an axe? Let's see if he recognizes me. One of his close friends. You're really Annie. Mate, I'm working on it. I mean, there's probably like an axe store. Or I have to kill like an axe goblin or something. Now, one cool woodcutting mechanic is you have a random chance of getting a lucky log, which is very valuable and comes into play later. It is 3 a.m. Imagine at 3 a.m. I barge into your shop and go, I got a log, I got a lucky log. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, buddy's fucking, it's so lucky, man. This log is the luckiest fucking log you've ever seen. And he goes, wait, mate, it's I was just sleeping, chill. Well, now that I know I have a friend to complain to, this happens every time I play a video game. I'm always lost, and then I find an old friend of mine, and I go, please help me. God damn, now I'm selling the lucky log. Fuck, 75 gold. Oh, look, I'm rolling in it. Oh, he's a lucky log. Now, little did I know that that was a huge mistake. But like RuneScape, there is a home teleport, except it's not quite a home teleport, it's a blood teleport. And everyone was telling me to use it if I ever get lost. Oh, no, stop. Oh my god, what did I just do? Get away from the orb. Am I about to get sacrificed in half? No, I shouldn't have pressed the button. And we get to meet the third character of this story, my arch nemesis 999. It's me! What do you mean? How do I type? I just like to throw confusion into the mix. I'm busy. Hey, I'm doing it. I got a lucky log. I'm sort of good at this game. What's a lucky log, mate? You wouldn't know. Oh, I got another one. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right, I'm almost up to level 10, which means I'm gonna have to go find the new axe. Now, one of the best parts about this game that I absolutely love is there is no grand exchange, so you have to do things the old-fashioned way and barter with people to sell your goods. And the beauty of this is it sort of develops this society where people specialize in certain things and make money making certain things, so you have to visit people who are essentially the stores of the game. It's so much fucking fun. Your name's a real Hanani, but I'm not an I'm selling this lucky log again. I'm sort of known for my lucky log drop rate. I'm the real Hanani. No, oh shit, the real Hanani just threw it. Are they me or am I me? Oh shit, I always get confused. Who's me now? Now, through eavesdropping in general, I figured out what you're meant to do with the logs, and that is chisel them into scrolls. This guy's flat as fuck. I keep doing this, and I keep forgetting that I'm flat. Not in the breast variety. I got fucking mummy milkers. Oh, yeah, I got some scroll. Yeah, this is rune crafting, I guess. So the interesting thing about this game that I absolutely love, because it makes woodcutting one of the main core skills, is that instead of mining for rune essence, you turn logs into blank runes, essentially. You cut to make runes essence, but the rune essence has tiers based on the logs. I'm bad at explaining things, and that's going to be a common theme throughout this video. See, part of me wants to explore the game, but most of me does want to just keep woodcutting. I can see myself getting insanely addicted to this, and I say that because I already am. I'm in. This is my life now. This might be it. No, instead of a 100-hour video, this might be I played 1,000 hours of Ice. Now, without easy access to a map, there was only one way to figure out where things were, and that was to stumble blindly. Alright, so we gotta make a decision here, team. Do we go north, or do we go south? I mean, we could go in every direction. I don't know why I'm explaining directions. I can talk to why can I talk to all the little woodland animals? They don't want to talk right now. None of the woodland animals want to talk to me. I keep going up to animals going, hey there, little guy, and they just turn away. Hey, level 10. I can now yeah, we need to go find an iron hatchet. So with the goal of finding an iron hatchet, I decided to venture north and see if we could stumble across any axe stores or anything. How much are they? They're gonna be spenny then. Oh, I need a lot of lucky logs for that one. I'm not that lucky, mate. Oh my god. And through following the path, I found a city. Celadon City. Though I didn't know that at the time. Oh, no, there are battle axes. Fuck. Oh, this is the pants shop. So it looks like it goes bronze, iron, steel, palladium. Now the tiers in this game are interesting. They start the same as RuneScape with bronze, iron, and steel, but then they go into palladium and coronium, and then there is a large jump of levels, and at level 70 you get celadimium. And that's what everyone wants. Everyone wants Celadimium. That's like the rune of free-to-play. Celadimium is, that's what you want, baby. If you want to be cool in high school, you need Cela. Oh, welcome. Now meet the next character of the show. This is the Devil Hacker, the admin of the Discord, I would like to learn. I am looking for Axe Store in Banton. Come again? It's in Banton, guys. Don't worry, guys. I found it. It's in Banton. Southwest of where you spawned. Picked a 50-50. And our new friend informed us that we went directly the wrong direction to find axes. Obviously it's in Banton. I knew it was going to be fucking Banton. I kept thinking to myself, yeah, it's probably Banton. Where did I start? Oh fuck, I'm so lost. Oh wait, a sign. North Land of Elves. Alright, Banton can wait. What the fuck is the Land of Elves? It sort of looks like RuneScape when it isn't loaded. When you log in and it splits, like for a split second everything's loading in. That's what this game looks like. The split second of lag when you start playing RuneScape. Hello. Looks like they don't want to talk right now. Why does no one want to talk to me? I'm trying to make some friends out here. Fuck. So I ventured south to find my new homeland of Banton. Alright, I've made it to Banton, I think. Or maybe this is Banton. I don't know where the fuck Banton. Southwest is, this way. Is this Banton? No, I see big walls though. Do you reckon this is Banton? If I was a Banton if I was a Bantoning girl, would this be Banton? What the fuck? Is this another gnome? This guy's dying here. Look at this guy. They don't want to talk. I'm gonna kill this little guy. Who are these little fucking... Are these gnomes? Oh, it's a Nis. This is a Nis. I thought Nissi was the name. It's a Nis. Swinging a Nis for me trying to guess his name. Oh, here's some gamers cutting oak trees. I think we found the meta. These are my people. Look at them all. And in Banton, I found it. Jack, my friend. I love you. How much is it? 200 coins? I can do that. What else is over here? There's a furnace. Can I smelt wood, do you reckon? Probably not. We're just using our critical thinking there. Oh, because there's a bank right here. Oh, I see. I just saw my future. What's the opposite of deja vu, but for the future? That's what I just got. I just got future vu. So to get my iron axe, I needed 200 GP. So I went back to my first spot to try and get a lucky log. Hey, I got a lucky log. Give me one iron hatchet, please. So I'm gonna go to Celadon, chop the pines, 9 levels. I think I'm lost. I just started wandering in the night. Oh, here's a pine. Oh no, here's Celadon. Yeah. So I started chopping pine trees to level up, and through talking to people in global chat, I learnt that the logs were the key to the economy. The log types are probably the best selling items in the game. What? Retrovision here wants these logs for 125 each. I was selling them for 3 gold at the fucking shop. I'd buy any amount. Fuck me, why have I been selling them to the shop? Why have I was selling them to the general store. This person's gonna give me 125 per log. I've started my first business team. Can I buy my logs back? Fuck yeah. Whoa! Regs is 75 to 100. Lucky 300. What the hell? I've been making a huge mistake. I'm an idiot. Apparently logs are super valuable. And I've just been fucking it up. Shit, okay. I'm starting a business team. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be the richest player in High Spell. I'm gonna be rich, baby. I've struck that wooden gold. Alright, no, we're good. This is the system. All I need is logs and I'll be able to buy everything. Alright, we are now 20 wood cutting, looking buff as hell. These arms. I've got these thick biceps. I've been cutting so many fucking trees down. Time to go to Banton and open up our shop and buy us the next tier of axe and start chopping oak logs, I think. I want money trees. That's what we're looking for, money trees, because we need cash, baby. Cold, hard money logs. They say money doesn't grow on trees. Wrong, baby. So back in Banton, I started my enterprise. Hanani's Wood Emporium is now officially open. Hanani's Wood Emporium. And here we meet my first customer, my best customer, my favorite human, Retrovision. First pine free to get you hooked. I'm doing the cocaine dealer strategy. You get one sniff of my pine, you'll come back for more. And while we wait for our first customer, I'll start chopping some oak logs with this fella. Slay her. Yes, queen. I got that artisan wood. Yeah, I do. Fuck me, the whole country of New Zealand's right here. Holy shit, it's an entire city over there. We got a country over here and this game's massive. Oh, Retro's here. Oh, they got a party. They got a fucking Santa hat. Come one, come all. Hanani's Emporium is now open. We have our first customer, Retrovision. Oh my god. I thought they were just gonna give me all their money. I'll take all your money. And with our first sale down, we now had 8k coins to start investing in other things. Yay! Thank you! And with joy running through my veins, Deos decided to come by and do a drop party to celebrate. Oh, they're dropping paladin hatchets. Dibs. Drop party. I'm rich! Hanani's Wood Emporium strikes again. Ultimate prize is a Coronium shield. I don't know what that means, but I want it. Good luck. New Zealand and city here. You have the whole GDP of a country. I want it. Dark hood. I got a dark hood. Pick it up. What the fuck? Oh, I want this. Barbarian helm. Why am I not picking shit up? Oh, here. I got it! I don't know what it is! I need to be 40 to get a corrode. Okay, we need to get to 40 defense to equip my new fancy shield. But from the drop party, I got the best item, the Coronium shield. A shield that requires 40 defense. So we had a new goal on the agenda. Equip my fancy new shield. Can probably get about... Whoa! Woohoo! I can get 60... I'm keeping it. It's my prized possession. I'm never selling my Coronium shield. Heart. I'm gonna say heart too. Rather than emojis, we just spell out the emojis. That's the high spell way. You wouldn't get it. You're not a high spell player, but I am. This guy just posted a message that he's live on Kick, so I opened up his stream. He's just smoking and playing, but it's a full-on face cam. It's not even the game. Oh shit, they are selling stuff though. He's not even talking. He's just... He's just playing the game. This is the greatest stream ever. This guy should be making the real content. Apparently this is just chatting. He's just smoking a cigarette, playing a high spell without saying a single word. Mate, this is what I gotta be doing. I don't know why I'm fucking commentating and stuff. I don't even know I'm showing the game. I should just be doing this. This guy's a legend. But I decided to stop woodcutting and try and level up defense so I could equip this shield. It's healing faster than I can kill it. Let's go buy some bronze gear, start doing some murder. Because I love killing. I just got so much money for selling these hatchets. I got 10 fucking K. Stronghold of security, what? I don't need Stronghold, all I got is Deos dropping drop party. So I decided to head back to Celadon to see if I could get my hands on some starting armor. And I'll cook the chickens I kill. And I'll eat them in front of the other chickens so they don't get any ideas, you know? There's no indication on the map of what sells what. So I'm gonna have to just go into every store until I find armor. What do you sell? Oh, the armor. Oh, chainmail. Oh, I look fucking sick. My tits have turned into pecs. That's how sick I look. So I decided to train up my stats on some chickens and level up my melee skills, which work pretty much the same that they do in RuneScape. But instead of attack, it's labeled more accurately as accuracy. So the accuracy is how likely you are to hit, the strength is the damage you do when you hit, and defense is how likely they are to hit you. So I have been grinding for a few hours now, and I've been collecting all my bones, and our kick streamer, who I love, my hero, he said he'll buy the bones for 150 each. I'm at the bank. Hey, big fan of the streams. And through selling my bones with our favorite kick streamer, he decided to give me a little bit of a present. Blue or green? Oh my god! Pirate bandana, blue Santa. Whoa! And a what the hell? What is all this? Don't open the present. It's rare. But it's a present. It's an honor. As is yes. Whoa! Ho ho ho! Now I didn't know it at the time, but like RuneScape, this Santa hat is an ultra rare that goes for a very ridiculous amount of money. But I was gonna keep it and wear it. Oh my god, I look like a biker Santa. I love being kind. I fucking love this guy. This guy's a hero. So I'll show you what I've discovered. I don't know about aggro times or even logout timers, but this rooster here is aggressive and I can kill like 1 or 2 AFK. So my goal is to get to a point where I have enough defense and enough strength, fully AFK this chicken, and maybe we find like 2 chickens or something. We're making bank today. I'm an entrepreneur, businesswoman extraordinaire. And that is 10 defense, which means we can equip our bloody iron. Bam, 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 bam. Quickest switches in the West, this side of the Mississippi. Now there was another unlock that came with 10 defense, and that is the Barbarian Helmet, which gives you some offensive stats, trading out some defensive stats. Where am I? No, I'm at the starting village. I've fucking zoned out. I've just been... I don't think there's an AFK timer. I've been standing there AFK for maybe like 2 hours. But there's this 2 chicken spot. I got balls in this game. That's weird. RuneScape games are only meant to have cows. We're not meant to think about the cows fucking. I love the old chat. I think RuneScape should have an old chat and it'll just be slurs the whole time. What's this guy doing? Wandering bloody monk. We got the same haircut, mate. Now I managed to find someone selling the Barbarian Helmet and a bunch of other gear called Weo. Oh, okay. I have all my money. Is that a good deal? Ah, that's way overpaid. Thank God people here are so kind. How much? Give me 15. Done. 15k. Can I do that? Oh. But Weo gave me some ominous knowledge that would help us in our next step. The rest of the steel spawns in Wildy. There's a Wildy? There was a wilderness in this game. And it had the pants we were looking for. Same as OSR's level based, but it's all multi. Oh shit. I look sick with my horns. My mustache matches my horns, and so does my necklace. I'm surprisingly color-coded. Weo also told me about the death mechanics of the game, and that is, it was basically the same as old school RuneScape used to be. If you die, all of your items, except for the 3 most valuable, drop on the floor, and anyone can pick it up, and they despawn after 2 minutes. So dying in this game is brutal. So the question is, do I die if I'm fighting two? Oh, my friend followed me. I've got my customer here. And also, I'm barely taking damage, which is a good sign. I should bank my cash stack just in case I AFK too hard. But I think this is actually going to work. And then we just level up to steel and then not rune. Palladium, and then yes. Guys, huge unlock for the account. This changes everything and all that. I got an orange cape. I was killing these bandits here. These bandits, I don't... It's like 1 AM. So after grinding a while, I managed to get 20 defense, which means I now have base 20 everything. I really, really like the night and day cycle. It's something pretty subtle that no other RuneScape style game that I've played has done. And it adds a lot to the grinding. It really gives you a sense of time while you're standing still killing squirrels for 15 fucking hours. You know? It makes me feel like I'm spending days out in the wilderness grinding up, mining and woodcut. It's a nice little fun thing. But with 20 defense, it was time to venture forth to the wilderness, or the wasteland. I think it's called the wasteland, to find my steel plate legs. But the only problem was I still hadn't figured out how to use a map, and I didn't know where the hell it was. I mean, if it's anything like RuneScape, it's in the north. So I used my transferable knowledge and headed north to see if that's where the wasteland was here too. I mean, they are getting higher level. I assume the wilderness is at the highest level, right? I'll find something interesting. I might not find the wilderness, but I'll find something fun. Alright, I found a cliff. Oh, it's not a cliff. There's a ghost. Ah, water obelisk. This is how you make the fucking water spells. I actually need this. So in this game, there are a few obelisks, which basically act as the altars do in old school. And if you touch an obelisk with a scroll, it'll turn into the scroll of that type so that you can then cast spells. It's essentially runecrafting, but with obelisks and scrolls instead of altars and runes. And this is why logs are so valuable, is because you need the logs to cast any sort of magic. So everyone in the game needs logs, which is why I'm gonna be rich. This is so fun exploring a game for the first time. Look at this. It looks like we found a vineyard. Oh, there's a bank here. Should we train some water? Okay. My plan was to get steel armor. And fuck that plan. We're gonna train some, what is this place? This looks like a fun little spot to sit and think about life. This is like Edgeville. This looks weirdly like Edgeville, which makes me think I'm getting closer to the wilderness. So if I use my scroll on this obelisk, it runecrafts. That's a future activity for me. Let's see what harvesting's like. I assume harvesting's AFK. Now there's another skill I haven't talked about, and that is harvesting, which doesn't have a parallel in RuneScape, but essentially you need gloves to pick things out of the ground. Oh, guess who's level? Oh, and it's AFK. That's sick. I don't think it's as AFK as woodcutting. Teleport to water. Oh, you can teleport to the obelisks too to make more stuff. That's sick. And high alchemy. Sorry, high majora. Obviously. Guy, this isn't RuneScape. Even though it says an advanced level alchemy spell. No, it's majora too. And this is why I found out lucky logs are so valuable. It's because they are used to craft a scroll that lets you high out. Gold obelisk? Is that another money obelisk for like a money tree? We're gonna be rich! We've struck gold! I'm gonna be rich! Sorry. Whenever I see gold, I turn into an old-timey prospector. Well, harvesting, we get the gist. I think I'll train harvesting a bit later. Oh, this is a guy! Leprosy! Of course the leper's sitting outside the map. Oh, someone left the bank ladder. On second thought, I'll stay here. Fuck you, I wanted to rob him. There's gold, I tell you, we're rich! So I decided to keep venturing north to see if I could find the wilderness. I think I've reached the top of the map up here. We're lumberjacks? Lost. Now, I had gotten a little bit lost at this point, so I figured out that the wilderness probably wasn't in the north, so I wanted to try and head the furthest point south. But I didn't know how to get out of here easily. But then I remembered that everyone told me that I can home teleport with the blood teleport. Little did I know that this is a little troll they do on new players. This is a terrifying animation. It looks like a bomb's about to go off. Ow! Where am I? That didn't... I thought this would take me home. Who the fuck are these guys? Oh no. I got done diddled. Zortrog said that would be a safety teleport. Wait. Where am I now? I thought they would just teleport me back to where I started. So I was even more lost with now zero way of getting home. So I decided to explore wherever the fuck we ended up. Who are these guys? There's not much to do around here. Why the fuck am I here, Sato? Oh, there's a town. I found a town. Oh, there's flax too. For bowstrings, I assume. I'm just gonna try some harvesting and then we'll figure out where the fuck we are. Alright, that's level 3 harvesting. This thing's fully AFK. It's way better than the potatoes. And with that, we can go do the wheat. And then we can figure out where the fuck we are. Oh, this is not AFK. Oh, this is quite horrible, dare I say. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I'm getting attacked by a bear. Oh, shit. I didn't want to go up here. Now I'm stuck up here with the bear guarding the entrance. Is anything? Oh, there's someone there. Let's go. Wait, we need to fucking figure out where the hell we are. I'm going to ask Templar, where's the wilderness? And he's going to be like, you're in it. I'm lost and in need of a hero. Hiya! Where is the wasteland? And where are we? He was lost. I'm so lost.
And talking to this new friend I found out that the blood teleport is the troll, and it teleports you randomly into the wasteland or just outside of it.
Yeah, it's a death trap. Oh, I did get fucking bamboozled with the blood teleport.
But through randomly walking, I found out I was in the south, and I rediscovered Banton.
Oh, wait. I found, this is Banton. I know the skeletons. We're in Banton. Oh. Home sweet home. I'm back to the woodcutting. Oh, I was so scared and lost, but this is Banton. I know, I recognize Banton from anywhere. Let's bank everything, grab some food, and then we'll just keep blood teleporting until we find our way out of here. I knew it seemed like a bad thing. Like, a big circle closing on you is not a good thing. Alright, now I'm definitely in the wasteland. So the home telly randomly teleports you to the wilderness? Yeah, level 28, we're in the wasteland. That doesn't seem... it seems like a lure. So south? Yeah, see, I was right. South is going higher in level, which means it is in the south somewhere.
And in the wasteland, I randomly stumbled upon a gang going into a maze.
Oh shit, someone's out here fighting. I know I'm in the wilderness and I probably shouldn't be making friends, but... Oh wait, shit, they got a whole gang going. Oh, is that Zortrox? Wait. What is Zortrox doing?
And I didn't know it at this time, but this is where the final boss that I want to kill is. We'll come back here right at the end of the video with an army.
I think I'm just gonna walk away. That feels like somewhat illegal. Let's pretend we didn't see that. That feels like a cult meeting. Somewhere in here is Steel Pants, unless that person lied to me. Well, at least I'm not scared because the only people I've seen in the wilderness are all of my friends hanging out without me, you know?
Now, I was having no luck finding the steel plate legs, so I made a grave mistake and asked in Global where they are.
Where are the steel plate legs in the wasteland? Whoop.
Little did I know at the time, but this would alert literally everyone in the game that I'm stumbling aimlessly in the wasteland.
Not that I'm in the wasteland, gotta throw them off my scent, you know? Near the giant rats, far east of the lower gorge, on my way to wastelands. They're below the Minotaurs. Okay, let's play a game of maybe I'm lost. Okay, well now there's everyone's gonna come to the wasteland and kill me. I shouldn't have said it in global chat. Okay, well we're gonna find these steel plate legs before someone comes and kills me. And this is a ghost town. Ah, GG, yeah. Okay, I didn't need that, New Zealand. I was already scared enough. Use blood, I'll kill you in wasteland. Mate, I've got a hit squad coming after me now. I just teleported back to where I was. I was trying to find someone new. Oh, there's a deadwood tree. Oh. Now this is exciting.
And the first person to find me was the worst person to find me.
What the? Jagex lawyers? No! This isn't what it looks like, lawyers. Oh, the Jagex lawyers are helping me out. I thought they were gonna sue me. Oh no, the Jagex lawyers are gonna die. Fuck this game. Yes! Yes! Vance! Jagex lawyers died! No! Go, go, go! Oh, the lawyers are down. We gotta get out of here. If the lawyers can't live, how am I gonna live? All right, let's I was gonna call it a home telly. This fucking wilderness teleports suck. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I need to get out of the wilderness. I feel like there's gonna be people camping all this. If the Jagex lawyers found me, anyone can find. Oh, I've teleported the cult. Eat before I die. Okay, good. This is actually exactly what I wanted. Now I can run back to Banton. We're saved. We made it out of there with our new fancy legs. What an adventure. A wizard tree. This game continues the trend of steel and iron looking incredibly similar, and I get confused. Yeah, I'm not even taking damage now. The steel upgrade is huge. This was worth it.
So with my new fancy legs, I decided to try and train some magic to see if I could unlock some teleports to help me travel around.
Oh, look at this game. Oh, it's 999. Fake 999. So you can play that game. Mate, this 999 guy's my rival. Where'd Fake and Nanny go?
And my goal to train magic was to head back to Celadon and see if I can get myself a staff.
Oh, thank you. So now if I attack this guard.
And to train magic, I needed water scrolls, so I decided rather than to buy them, I'll just make them myself. But first I had to remember where the fuck the water obelisk was.
No, the water obelisk was... No, the water obelisk is south. Alright, so the technique here is you cut these trees down, and then you turn the full inventory into scrolls, and then you turn the scrolls into water runes, or water scrolls. Bam! Get some more. Now I'm level 3 enchanting. I'm now kind of regretting selling all my logs. I know I thought that at the time, like, if they're worth buying, they're worth keeping. But I realized my mistake of selling all my logs means I no longer actually have any logs, so I decided I would cut oak logs, sell oak logs, buy regular logs, then turn the regular logs into scrolls. I just needed to figure out how much regular logs were going for. $80. Fuck, I don't have $80. I'm broke. I got sued recently. You think I have $80? So the plan was set. All I had to do was cut as many oaks as my heart desired and make millions. I'm gonna be rich. I figured out the trick, but to keep cutting efficiently, I needed to upgrade my axe. So I found out that Jadwig here is the smithing guy. So buy the bar from Toxin and bring it to me. So I have to buy the bars, give it to Jadwig. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to do that. I saw one for sale for like 30k over here. Maybe I'll just do that and I'd avoid having to deal with human interaction. I'll pay 10k to avoid human interaction. The guy that thinks I'm not me is going to give me a matching cape for my Santa hat that my favorite kick streamer made. Fuck yeah, 99. You're my nemesis here. You want Kawara? Oh, yo. Yeah. 15k. I'll be real. I got oaks. This is a real woodcutting based economy here. 130 oaks. I got 92. Here, take it. Wait, you're just gonna give me the... Oh, I'm trying to start a business here. A reputable business. Hey. Now how do I get axe? Take that to Jadwig in Hedge Castle. I don't know where that is. You know what that is? No, I don't know where that is. We're going on an adventure, me and Toxin. On the road again. Da 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 da, on the road again. Oh, I'm inside you now, Toxin. I hope you're okay with that. Go up there and take a left. Yeah. So Toxin had led me to Hedge, where I could find the smith at Jadwig. I just had to figure out where the fuck he was. Welcome to Hedge Castle. I don't really remember how to get back is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide in an image of similarly dressed is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide in an image of similarly dressed is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide in an image of similarly dressed is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide in an image of similarly dressed is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide in an image of similarly dressed is a problem, and now Toxin's left me with my own devices, so I'm probably gonna get lost. Are these giant pine trees? Whoa. There's a lot of gamers out here. This seems like the place to be. Jadwig! I'm about to get scammed. Look at this guy. This guy's about to rob me and then go hide